Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live! I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and we are resuming where we left off, for the most part. See who we have in the chat. We have Thomas Armstrong. Hi, Thomas. We have SadMac356. Hi, SadMac. We have Gutbomb. Gutbomb says, wow, I'm not late this time. Hi, Jason. I think I started relatively on time, too. Plus or minus a couple seconds. We have Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. Hello, Jeremy. We have I8386SX, who apparently wrapped up recapping his Scion. Hi, Jesse. I think it was actually starter, something. It wasn't actually capacitors. Anyways, all right. We've got the retro chip tester to build. The fuel, that's right, the fuel injectors. So, all right, let's see here. We got a retro chip tester to put together, but, you know, there are some things that are common, like the fact that I immediately put the fireball from the Console 5 order in my mouth. It's quite tasty. Also, other things that are common are things like this.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
Yes, all right. But there are a few potential regrets here on the bench tonight. And the first one, which I'm going to switch to table cam as soon as I give you the lead up, comes to me from an eBay seller in Virginia. So hi to all my viewers and eBay sellers in Virginia. I've already opened it because I was curious. But anyways, what do we have here? We have some cables and boards. So we have... There we go. We've got 2 ribbon cables. And yes, these all go together. And we have some PCBs with connectors on them. And we have a coax cable here. And these all go with the item that's in the bag. Stian. Hi, Stian. Welcome. Stian says, I smell scuzzy. No. This isn't scuzzy. Let me see here. I don't know where the brand name is going to be. I will slowly reveal it. We'll see if anyone recognizes what this might be. Stian says, wow. Now you have me curious. Yes. Gutbomb says, that looks really familiar. Well, it's not a VIC-20, Gutbomb. Yeah, looks really familiar. See if I'll give folks a moment, see if anyone maybe recognizes it. Gutbomb says, lol, it almost looks like an acorn thing, but it's not. Ooh, Stian is asking a very good question in the chat. Is that an antenna connector? No, it's not an antenna connector, but you might be on the right track. Or should I say, channel. You might be tuned in to the right channel. Oh, we have Kevin Moonlight here. Hi, Kevin. Kevin, is this some kind of scope board? Or TV stuff, the suspense. We have Mike's Future Retro. Hi, Mike. Well, Kevin, I think is hard to fool here. You are correct, Kevin. I don't know that the brand name is in the corner. Oh, there it is. Yes, this is the TV trigger board for my Tektronix scope. I have been looking for one of these. The boards show up on eBay. However, what doesn't often show up are the cable you need to connect between this board and the acquisition board. The two high-density connectors that connect the acquisition board with the, I guess, DSP board and the trigger board. And then this that connects the DSP board and the trigger board. And then most importantly, the two ribbon cables that connect the power supply to the acquisition board, the power supply itself, the DSP board, and the trigger board. Because without these two cables, and depending on which scope you have, it's a different cable, because Tektronix. And yes, you're not imagining things. There's like a dozen pins or so that have nothing connected to them, but yeah, that's the version my scope uses. Go figure. Probably to keep you from trying to upgrade power supply types or whatever. My scope has the 300 watt power supply. The 400 watt power supply has two identical ribbon cables. Go figure. Tektronix proprietariness. But anyways, yeah. Stian is asking, TV trigger board, does it make a test picture or something? No, it does not make a test picture. But in the scope's trigger options, it will add the ability to trigger on parts of it, I believe an NTSC, PAL, or CCAM video signal. So I believe you can trigger on the a horizontal sync pulse, a vertical sync pulse, the a particular line of the signal, and anyways, yeah, so I've been looking for this because of all the vintage computer stuff I do, of wanting to be able to occasionally trigger on the video signal. I don't know if it'll work with the vintage computer signal, but, well, there's only one way to really find out, and that's to have the trigger board, because unlike some of the other options for the oscilloscope that are software only, this one you have to have the trigger board. I haven't looked at what all the chips are, but something tells me there's probably, looks like there's a couple of ASICs or PALs or something, and I suspect some of these are like, chips to strip parts of the video signal, or at least sync to them. Stian says, now I feel like you need to invent your own TV signal, just to see how far out of spec you can go and fool the board. So, yeah, so I could do NTSC, I believe PAL and CCAM as well. So, I've been wanting one of these. I put up with my tech scope and all its shenanigans, but at least I now have the hardware option that I've been wanting. And that's why on my last stream, I was mentioning that I was going to at some point need a GPIB to USB adapter or something, so that I can program some NVRAM settings in my scope. I do need to set the bit to tell it has a TV trigger board. This is also why my scope is partially disassembled. I had to send the seller how many, or what type of power supply was in my unit. So anyways, we'll probably have a stream at some point where I'll probably upgrade my scope. Or at least I might do a video on it if I don't wait for a stream. But anyways, all right, so the second item here comes to us not from eBay, but from Facebook Marketplace. So hi to all my eBay, or my Facebook Marketplace sellers, which aren't that many because I don't often buy stuff on Facebook Marketplace. But this was listed in one of the vintage computer groups that Sloopy Malibu and I are both a member of, because Sloopy tagged me on this one when he saw it get listed. So I will give a shout out to Sloopy for noticing an item in it and tagging me. And Gutbomb says, please be a mystery box of DVDs. Oh, don't worry, Gutbomb. I have a couple of DVD sets on my wish list on Facebook Marketplace, and some of them are local, and I might spring for the $20 or so for them. Anyways, yeah, I've kind of been slowing down eBay, but when I saw this, I had to go get it on Marketplace. And you'll probably figure out why Sloopy tagged me when I get to that item in the box, but there should be 3 items in this box. Oh, Gutbomb's asking, did that DVD player I sent you actually work? I never tested. Yes, it works. I got it very cheap at the thrift store. Yes, it actually works. Whoop, here I am about to lose components on the floor. And the remote I bought for it works too. There's probably a chance that I paid more for the remote than you paid for the DVD player. Such as Sony remotes on eBay. Alright, so we have 3 manila envelopes. Yep, I paid more. Of course, the thing is, if it had the remote with it, then you might have actually paid what you paid plus what I paid because it had the remote. Because thrift shop pricing. Alright, so in manila envelope number 1, we have an item, which is not a mystery box of DVDs. You know, maybe I should, like... Well, actually, I think this was the one I was hoping to find last, and I found it first. I believe. We have... You're never going to believe this. We have a Trident video card. So it is a Visa Locobus TGUI 9440-1. Has 1 megabyte of RAM on it. Looks like it can take the optional 2. And it is a VGA card. Mega says VLD. Look at that. Yes. We are not going to test it tonight. Or at least not test it right away. I want to get the retro chip tester built. Yes. Now, as you probably figured, that's why Sloopy tagged me on it, but that's not what sold me on the set. But I guess having a spare Trident card's not a bad thing. Alright. Item number 2. We have a very interesting video card here. It is a video card based on the IIT AGX014 chipset. It is an ISA video card. I believe it has 2 megabytes of memory on it. No, wait, maybe that's only 1. No, it's 1 or 2. But anyways, I'm not sure this video card is actually going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread. I think you pretty much have to use it with the drivers to get any performance benefit. Or something. Actually, I think there might even be a DOS mode driver you have to load for it. It's a really weird card. It sort of piqued my interest as a card that could be a potential regret if it works. Anyways. Sloopy tagged me on the Trident card. The IIT video card piqued my interest. But assuming this is the third card that was pictured and not like another Trident card to punk me. We have a Sound Commander Pro sound card with a few bent pins. Genuine OPL 3 alert. But I believe it's a Mediasonic Sound Commander Pro. Because there's a Mediasonic chip there and a Mediasonic chip there. It looks like it has a Sony CD-ROM interface. Slightly mangled. Ooh, I did not see that in the photo. Looks like we got we got some carnage there. We got a capacitor there that's gotten struck. Yeah, this card might actually need some repairs. Although, maybe that circuitry has something to do with the CD-ROM interface, and maybe the sound might work. Looks like there's another scratch on the board, but maybe that one's just superficial. The audio out pins are bent. Okay, I think those resistors there look weird because I believe they were put there that way by the factory. So yeah, it does look like there's going to be a little bit of repair needed there. Yeah, I'm not going to test this tonight. Yeah, I'm going to probably repair that corner of the board before I try to power it up. So anyways, this could be a cool sound card. It could be a flop. But we're not going to work on it tonight. Stian says, I just had some heartbreak from using an Amiga 500 with the original power supply. I measured the output from the power supply and it was fine until it wasn't. Ouch. Alright. So, I think, and that's all we have for Wheel of Regrets. A TV trigger board. And a, lot of 3 cards. So, I think it's now time to get on to the Retro Chip Tester Pro. Alright, I am going to, hold on, I want to hide. Oh, I might not be able to hide that. Never mind. Let me just go to full screen on this page. Alright. Hold please, I'm trying to go full screen on a web page. So I can share my screen and not reveal something. Hold on. I think I gotta probably hit function 10 or something weird like that. Nope. Maybe that is what I need to do. Function 11. Alright. There we go. Alright, so when we left off on Tuesday, I believe I was trying to find the location of the 1 mega ohm resistor, which I believe I put right here. I was having trouble finding where it was. Alright, the creator of the Retro Chip Tester Pro reached out to me by email and reminded me that there is an interactive bomb for the Retro Chip Tester Pro. Also warned me to make sure I clean the flux off the board because he was concerned that I was going to get flux underneath the Atmega chip. So yes, I will definitely clean the flux off the board. And let's go to the interactive bomb and see if we can find the 1 mega ohm resistor that was eluding me Tuesday night. So here we go. We have the Retro Chip Tester Pro interactive bomb. Oh, hi, Francois. Welcome. And if we scroll down here, I believe the 1 mega ohm resistor is right here. One value, 1 mega ohm metal resistor. It is at reference R76. And I realize you probably can't read that, but you could probably see that it is drawing a red box around where the resistor is. And if we come over here and zoom into the drawing, and all right, R76 is right under the 16 megahertz crystal. Which would put it right there, in front of me the whole time. Sure enough. All right, there we go. That is where that 1 mega ohm resistor goes. I was probably getting tired. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. All right, so let's go ahead and put this 1 mega ohm resistor in place, and then we'll keep going with the component placing. And if it gets stuck, well, I've got the interactive bomb open up on the computer beside me so that I can pull it up. So there we go. Alright, so let's do that. I'll bend the one leg down. And there we go. All right. The 1 mega ohm resistor is now in place. Kind of embarrassing that I managed to somehow completely miss it. All right. So I think we will continue with the components, and I will continue with installing them as suggested in the instructions. And as far as the resistors go, oh, hi GeoHam, welcome. Wasn't ready for an 8 p.m. start. Yes, I thought tonight I would get an hour earlier start so that I could try to get these components installed tonight. All right, so we have the 4K or 4.7K ohm resistors. And actually, I'm just going to... There we are. Just bring them up over on the interactive bomb view so I can see where they are. Yes, I'm trying to... Oh, you can't see me pulling these off the paper, but I'm trying to pull them off the paper in a way that I don't get them flipped around. Just because I'm trying to make all the resistors lined up nice and neat. Alright. So, it looks like oh, there we go. Alright. So, for the 4K 7 ohm resistors, we have one up here in the power supply circuit. And I'm going to use this box, not mangle the leads all too much. And then 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, and then I believe the other 4K 7 ohm resistors are going to be, we got here. So let me do myself a favor and let me bend these, and then I'll insert them. Alright, so we've got one. We got two of them. I think there's a total of 9. So there's 3. I'm bending one leg down, and then I'll unbend it to solder it later. To hold them in place. 3, 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. And 9. All right. What I'll do is I'll get the leg I have not bent. All right. I'll get the leg I haven't bent. I'll then make sure they're all still flush, and then I'll bend the bent legs and solder them. That way, if I need to rework, and remove a resistor later, it's not bent under the solder, because no one likes reworking those kind. Alright. Nope, that one's definitely not flush. Now it is. That one's definitely not flush. And now it is. That one's not flush. Now it is. Alright. Alright. Well, if I can get these last two legs up, there we go. Alright. One of these solder blobs looks bad, so let me add a little flux and reflow it. Go. Alright. There we go. Now that I got those. These leads. 18 little leads. Ah. There we go. All right. One solder joint I don't like the look of, so add a little dab of flux and reflow it. All right, I think the rest of those look good. All right. So now we have the 10K ohm resistors. I believe there are 10 of them. And it looks like there are a couple of groups of them. Oh, hold on. I got another resistor that looks cattywampus. Let me... Oh, that must... There we go. I think I fixed it. Alright. Now we got the 10K ohm resistors. There are a number of them that are, I think, definitely acting as pull-up resistors or pull-downs. They are by the buttons. So I'm going to go ahead and get these 4 down here by the buttons first. Even though we don't have buttons yet. I think I will install them in smaller groups than all at once. So I can maybe use some tape to hold them down. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, up. 5. Yes, if I was measuring, if I did a resistance measurement or could see the ground plane or the voltage plane, I can tell you if those are actually acting as pull-ups or pull-downs, but absent that, 10K ohm beside a button, yeah, it's either the pull-up or the pull-down. Alright, so I'm using tape to hold those in place, so I'm not going to... Hopefully not going to have any fall out of place when I solder them, but still I'm going to solder one side and then I'll remove the tape and check. Don't know if it's coming across on the stream, but yep, this side I'm soldering here is either ground or voltage, looking at how thick the trace is. All right, excellent. Those look good. Yeah, basically, I guess the short summary of why you use pull-up or pull-down resistors on a button. And actually, it's much the same on semiconductors for like addressing data lines, but the large value resistor will hold the input at either a plus 5 volt or whatever your voltage level is, or hold it down at ground, but it's a large resistance, so it's a weak and easy to overcome signal level. So whatever is going to drive your input or output will drive it at a higher level. I think that might be how these are wired. Hold on, these might be wired differently than I thought. Oh. Yeah, I think this might be pulling them up or down. Or actually, this might be the, actually, these might be the resistors that, no, those probably keep it from, I don't know. I'd have to look at the schematic to know for sure if those are, like, could be pulling it up when you press the button, or if they're the pull downs to keep the input at ground until you press the button. But anyways, those resistors are in, so there should be another 5 of these value resistors, and there's one up here in the power supply area. Which I'll go ahead and tack a leg on. All right. Okay. Yep, I went ahead and got that one because it's kind of to its own, and then these other 4 are down here. With the, there's a whole bunch of transistors that get installed. I'll get them all at once. See, it looks like there's going to be one here. One, two, three, 4. Yep. There we go. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Alright, so let me take my piece of tape and we'll tape those in place. There we go. Now that doing a few at a time helps me to secure them. Hi, Kibbs with Retro. Welcome. Kibbs says, 16 viewers and only 3 likes. Guys and girls, please like that smash button. Thank you, Kibbs, for the plug to make sure you smash that like button. Or like that smash button. Or smash that smash button, or like that like button. Or whatever you want to call it. And don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so that you know when I go live for future streams where I will get to use this Retro Chip Tester Pro to do some professional level chip testing dealy-doos. Oh, Kib says also, hello everyone. Yes, thank you. Alright, so we got the 10k ohm resistors in now. Let's go ahead and knock out the rest of the 470 ohm resistors. So, I believe it was 32 of them were installed in this area because I went ahead and knocked that part of the board out first, just because of how close together these components are. So now that I've done that, I am going to go ahead and get the rest of these, and they are everywhere on this board. So we got one that's kind of right here. So actually the leads on these 470s are thick enough. I might get away without taping this one. Oh, I almost got away with it. It slipped a little bit. Almost an amount not even worth mentioning. Alright. Oh, hey Tim, welcome. We have Viborg in the chat. Kim says, I am pretty impressed by the Retro Chip Tester Pro, though it can't test everything still. Yeah. But it can test a lot. And that's why I got it. Alright. So the rest of these 470 ohm resistors are over where all the transistors are. Given the way the resistors are in that area of the board, I'm kind of wondering if, well, there's probably both pull-up and pull-down resistors, depending on what the board's doing. Again, I'd have to look at the schematics to know for sure what they're doing, but anyways. Tim says, but can it see why kids love the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch? No, but I can tell you why kids love the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. And it's the one word that they don't put in the name of the cereal, because no parent would buy the cereal if they called it Sugar Toast Crunch. Well, okay, maybe there's one parent that might buy it, but there is always one. Alright, so there's that row of resistors. Actually, you know, the tape is actually wide enough that I can actually go ahead and put the second row of resistors in. Actually, I think this might be the last of the resistors, and we'll be moving on to the next highest, or next tallest components after these. Because I don't see any other resistors over in the stash of parts. So maybe we get these in, and we'll be to capacitors. Or at least the ceramic capacitors. Alright, so I think that's probably a good amount to do, because that, Thomas Armstrong says, Fruit Loops. Yes. Probably a good reason why they called them Fruit Loops and not Sugar Loops. Kib says, my mom would. She loves sweets so much, so I think she likely has something up with her blood sugar by now. Ah. Well, yep. Thomas says the Fruit Loops are better here, and I cannot disagree with that statement, Thomas. Yes, we get the Fruit Loops that are colored with red 40 and blue 4 and yellow 13 and all whatever the color number is. Tim says, I'm Wilford Brimley and I'd like to talk to you about diabetes. You have diabetes and you're on Medicare. I can't do it with his accent. Thomas says, all natural colors if they are not lying. Yep. Mega says, did you know he starred in The Thing? Yes! I do remember that. Alright. For some reason, I don't know why, every now and then, I get a solder joint that just doesn't flow like the rest of them. I think that looks good now. Kib says, natural colors include red sweet pepper for red. Thomas says, drink your coffee black, skip the sugar. Well, I do like to put a little creamer. And by creamer, I mean like actual, like milk or cream. Not that fake creamer stuff. I don't put sugar in my coffee, though. But I don't always put creamer in my coffee. Sometimes I drink it black, too. Yeah, Thomas says... Jesse says, if it's bad for you, it better taste good. Thomas says, good coffee does not need sugar. Sadmax says, I don't drink a lot of coffee. Jesse says, that's why I almost never touch a diet soda. Most of it tastes off. Fight me. Yeah. Kib says, I drink my coffee with 2 cubes of sugar. Black is way too bitter. Yeah, there are some quite bitter coffees out there. I will also agree with that. Thomas says, I do like the Cadbury cream eggs, and they are sugar bombs. Yeah, that I can agree with. Alright, let me... That one didn't look like it really got soldered. The rest of the... Well, actually that one looks a little... There... Alright, I think they got soldered. Alright. So I think that was the last of the resistors. So I'm going to take a quick check. I'm going to make sure I don't see any footprints that look like resistors that don't have a resistor in them. Oh, wait. I forgot about some. I was about to say, we're done with the resistors, and a whole row of resistors was screaming, no, you aren't! No, you aren't! That's what happens when you set the thing of resistors off to the side to where you just don't see it anymore. Tim says, I don't drink any coffee. Caffeine doesn't work for me. Sadmex says, this is exactly how I feel about black coffee. Kim says, they've been resisting the urge until the very last moment. Thomas says, I lose resistors. Right in front of me, yeah. Well, it's a good thing I looked. Actually, it does look like there are a few more resistors. Let me look at the interactive... Oh, there we go. I was about to say, I'm going to put resistors all down this row, and there's still going to be a few more left on the thing. And then I look at the interactive bomb, and I see where the other 2 are. Tim says, resistance is futile. Yeah. I'm actually fairly sure that without the resistance here, this board won't work, so... Stian says, I am caffeinating with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. I don't know if it's still there, but in Roanoke, there used to be a Dr. Pepper sign on top of one of the buildings downtown. It's an old Dr. Pepper advertising sign. Pepper up, 10, 2, and 4. Ian says, I have seen that sign. There's also was a coffee sign in downtown Roanoke, too. That one, yeah, I don't know if either or both are still up, because they've been there so long they might actually be historically protected. Then again, they may only be up because the owners just never took them off the building. Stian says, I live in Lincoln. Oh, Stian says, in Lincoln, Nebraska, there's a truck stop with like a 3-story coffee cup statue, monument, whatever. Well, that's one way to tell the truckers we have coffee. Make it completely unmissable. If you can't see our coffee cup from your truck, you aren't paying attention. You should probably stop and get some coffee. I have a little wisp of solder somewhere. I didn't really want it, so let me just kind of take care of it here real quick. There we go. Taken care of. All right. All right, and we have 2 more resistors. Actually, let me cut these legs, because then I can set the board down to insert the last 2 resistors, and then I think for real this time, I'll have done all the resistors. Reflow that pin there. There we go. That's better. All right, 2 more. Jesse says I have new old stock Pepsi and Sundrop vending machine plastics from the 70s. I should really do something with them. That would be cool. All right, and there we go. We've got 1 and 2. All right. There we go. All right, there we go. And that should be all the resistors. Now, let's get the capacitors. Kim says, also one thing I must ask, can it doom? Stian says, make a VCF vending machine. Jesse says, if I could fit any kind of vending machine in my car, I would. Well, you could turn the car into a vending machine, but that could have other undesired side effects. Alright, so let's see here. I should probably pull up the assembly manual. Stian says to Jesse, I have a CDL. We can rent a truck. Thomas says, I can't even get a hockey bag in my car. Wait a minute. I thought hockey was a requirement for Canada. It's like, if you're a Canadian citizen, you like have to learn how to play hockey. Because it seems like everyone in Canada can play hockey, although that's probably a stereotype and completely wrong, but that's what the way it seems. By the way, I see social media videos from Canada of them all skating. Kim says, car, what's that? Geoham's asking, is it a clown car? Oh, Thomas says, yes it is, but the bag has to sit in someone's lap. Oh. Stian says, it's telling Kim, I think, to, let's see, what was, yeah, I think we have a little bit of airplane-like humor in the chat. Kibbs is asking, car, what's that? And Stian's replies, it's a planet-destroying machine I use to get around. But that's not important right now. What is important is it's time to put the capacitors on the board. Oh, no, wait a minute. Oops. Oh, no, it's time to put the USB socket on the board. Stian says, Shirley, you can't be serious. And don't call me Shirley. Okay, Thomas says, you must play or watch hockey here, or you will be shunned. Okay. Oh, Leslie Nielsen, he was definitely a character. Oh, there it is. Well, this is weird. So I found the USB socket. That can't be right. I don't see any Okay, it's kind of a weird USB socket. I presume it's correct. It must be a power-only USB socket. Because it only has 4 through-hole pins on it. Alright, it must be just a power-only USB socket. Because it's got the 4 through-hole pins, but there's no other pins on it. But on the footprint of the USB device that they're using, the other 3 pins are under the device anyways, so it's not like I would be able to solder them if they were there. Alright, I'm going to... Okay, there we go. The USB socket is in. Alright, now I think I've gotten... resistors, the USB socket, the diodes, and the Z diodes should be soldered. Alright. Next is the voltage regulator, MOSFET, the 2 relays, the 16-pin socket, and the 3 wire jumpers. Okay. So let's go, let's see here. Voltage regulator. Alright, we've got 2 voltage regulators. So these are 7805s. So one goes on the DC board. I'll go ahead and put that one on. Make sure that that's pretty much lined up the way I wanted it. All right. There we go. So 7805 there. All right, there's also a 7805 on the main board right here. I don't know why there's 2. I presume that's because the DC board may be optional. Or this might be so it can work even with the DC board unplugged. Or it could just be because it was developed with two different 5-volt rails. I don't know. I think I might prefer there's two 5-volt rail options because these are rated for 1 amp each, so maybe one of these powers the logic circuits and the other powers the device under test, maybe? Your guess is probably as good as mine, but anyways, there are two 7805s, and they're now both soldered in place. All right, let's see here. There's... All right. Those are pin headers. Those are standoffs. I'm looking for... Those are transistors. Those are transistors. That's a power regulator. All right, so let me go ahead and get this power regulator. Oh, no, let me find the 7905. There it is. Let me get the 7905, and then I'll get that power regulator. I realized 7905 is shorter than... There we go. Yep, that looks nice and well placed. All right, we'll get... There we go, and now I'll get that power regulator. There we go. It's a little Evisun A0512S 2-watt supply. I'd have to look at I think the manual or the instruction manual says what it describes what power it's providing. I don't remember right offhand if it's supplying 12 volts or if it's maybe for negative 12 volts. Anyways, there we go. It's in place. So is the negative 5-volt regulator and the 5-volt regulator. Oh. It's a little crooked on the board, but the pins were a little bent. And I think this is a case of it's an either or. I think you either have this one or this one, but not both. All right, maybe I should have waited for that regulator, but I can use tape to hold the short capacitors in place. All right, looks like we have another... It's an IRD 5305P. I believe this is a MOSFET that goes on the main board. So let's go ahead and get the MOSFET. So let's... Alright, that MOSFET is pretty good. Let's get the other two legs. Alright. There we go. And that one. And just going to trim these up too. There we go. All right, so there we go. The voltage regulators, the MOSFET. Oh, all right, we've got two relays, a 16-pin socket, and 3 wired jumpers. All right, 2 relays. Should have probably... Well, with this on the board, it's not like I would have really been able to do the socket first and use laying on the mat alone as the sole method of it staying flush. So even for these relays, I'm going to use tape to hold them down while I tack them in place. And the relays are, well, there we go. They're tacked in. Let me go ahead and get the socket. I'll tack the socket in as well, and then I can find the 16-pin socket. Well, if I can't find it, we'll move on. I don't see the 16-pin socket. Did I misplace it? Oh, there it is. Right in front of me. All right. Oh, I see why I couldn't find it. It's because the chip, it was on the same foam as the chip that goes on it. That's how I missed it. Excellent. It's a nice turned pin socket, so hopefully I won't manage to get solder down the socket. Actually, I think the way these are made, in order to get solder in the socket itself, I would have to turn this upside down and put solder in the socket. Because they're turned pins. It's one piece. And I think the pins are milled. So there's no way for solder to flow up through it. Oh, I gotta finish soldering the relay. I would have probably discovered that later. There we go. And 3 jumper wires. Alright. 3 jumper wires. 3 polyfuse, speaker, capacitors, LEDs. Alright. Pin sockets, jumpers. That's the display. 3 jumper wires. I'm going to put this chip in the socket so I don't lose it. Well, I try to get down to the directions to see what it tells me to use as jumper wires, because I don't see... The legs on this chip are somewhat bent. Alright, I don't know why the chat has slowed down. Now I'm wondering if is the chat just slow, or did someone else start to stream? Oh, there we go. Stian says, do you want me to spam it more? It's occasionally to see a message just so I know that YouTube isn't like, or that the chat hasn't broken. The wire jumpers in detail. The wire jumpers. All right. Well, there's jumpers, pin headers. Hold on, I'm looking to see if there were actually, like, pieces of wire in the kit. I don't remember seeing pieces of wire. Alright, I may have to... Alright. Jesse says, "I'll Trident call." Yeah. Sadbeck says, "Sometimes YouTube breaks." Yeah, exactly. That's why occasionally it's nice to see even if it's just someone put in the chat, "Hey, chat still works," or chat test, or "You told me to do this." Oh, hey, Jim's Retro Stuff. Welcome. Stan says, "I have a tendency to overuse the chat, so I'm trying to rein myself in a bit." Alright, well, it doesn't always have to be you that just occasionally pops a, "Yeah, we're still here" in the chat. You all can take turns. Of course, now I think I just made it until no one is, because either everyone will or no one will, because either you're going to wait for someone else. It doesn't matter. You know, the moment I go get a few wires to make wire jumpers... Because some of these pictures make it look like it's just like a little component leg. But this one here is way too long for a component leg, which is why I was thinking there might be wires in the kit, but... maybe the jumper wire is one of the "you need to provide it yourself" items. Alright, let me grab my little... I've got some wires. Hold, please. Alright. These are... I don't remember what gauge these are. Well, we'll find out when I, try to strip them. Alright, there's one wire. Alright, that should be enough. I think they're probably just little pieces of 30 gauge. Probably. Oh, no, I don't think they're 30 gauge. Alright, so let's... There's gonna be one. I do not want to do that. Alright. Alright, so... Here's one jumper wire. Might have trimmed it just a little bit too short. Of course I did. Alright. Hold please, let me make... Oh, well, I can fix this problem. I'll, make this the jumper wire for... There. Just making a, because if the kit came with these jumper wires, I don't see them. And honestly, maybe for these two short ones, they intended you to use a cut component leg, but one of them is too long for that, so I just figure, well, I'll use... How about I'll just use a wire for all three of them? Alright, there's one of them. Alright, there's one of the jumper wires. Let me cut a second one here. Nick the wire. There. Just nicking the wire so I have a mark of where I want to strip it at. Alright, and then hopefully we'll have two. And then I'll need to make the long one. Actually, in cool fashion, they use these jumper links because, well, this is how you... Much like how you make a single layer board, occasionally use jumper links, or even on 2-layer boards I've seen jumper links just to, because you got like a few small places where you need to have overlapping traces. You don't want to go to a 3 or 4 layer board just for a small number of traces that need to overlap. So, jumper links. Since I got to use a wire for a long one. Oh, that's why I'm having trouble getting that to go in. It's just slightly too long. All right. Since I gotta use a wire like this for the long one, I figured I might as well just make all three with a little piece of wire. And then all three will look uniform and neat. And I picked green because I thought it would blend in the best with the PCB. By the way, my jumper links aren't necessarily calling attention to themselves. Oh. Did I get solder in there? Oh, alright. There we go. Beautiful. There we go. Nice jumper link. There we go. That down. There we go. We got two nice little jumper links. Now, let me make the third one. I think now that I made two, I can make this one. Basically, what I was just doing there, putting a little nick in the insulation so I would know where to strip it from. So there we go. Oh, I think I might have made it too short somehow. Whoops. Oh, no, maybe it's fine. We're good. If I can get it to stay in, we're good. Let's just put it this way. I didn't leave any, it's like I just sized just right. Alright. Now, of course, at any moment now, I'll find the jumper links that were included in the package somewhere that I was somehow not able to find. Alright, this one spot here. Because I kind of cut that lead short enough that I wasn't sure. I don't think the solder flowed through the via as well as I wanted to, so there we go. Now I know that it should be soldered on both sides. There we go. 3 jumper wires. Nice and neat. Not calling too much attention to themselves. I mean, yeah, you can tell they're jumper wires, but they look like they belong there. Yeah, if I go down to the figure 2.6 in the instructions, it looks like they really intended for you to use component legs here. But this one is definitely shown as a wire. Now solder the transistors. Please do not use too much solder because the connections are very close together. Please be careful when cutting that there are no short circuits. Alright. It is transistor time. Excellent. All right. Let me see here. So we got 14 of those transistors. I'm going to do a little bit of little minor housekeeping here. Oh, it's not even 10 o'clock yet. Excellent. All right, those are jumpers, those are pin sockets, those are hex spacers. That's the display. I want to keep that over there. Let's see here. These are transistors. Those are capacitors. That's a polyfuse. I'll put the polyfuse with the capacitors. Let's see, that's the buzzer. Capacitor. Yeah, LEDs are probably will go in with when the capacitors go in. Buttons are going to be later because I'll capacitors. Let's see, those are screw terminals. Transistors. That's the. Let's see, that's a potentiometer. Those are capacitors. Those are capacitors. There we go. Potentiometer. Alright, now that I've got that, it's 2N time. Well, actually it would be 2N time if there were any 2N transistors, because it looks like we have BC547Cs, MPS A06s, and MPS A56s. Now, it is entirely possible those are just alternate part numbers that are ultimately 2N transistors. But they are not overtly 2N transistors. So we will start with the 5. So these are... Hold on, I just wanted to... Oh, interesting. DC547C. I don't even see them on the bomb. Alright, hold on. Alright. Let's do this reverse way. Oh, there it is. Alright, found him. Mikey says, seems like you forgot an important part of kit building. Organize and sort your parts in like a compartment box so you don't lose any. Oh, hi, Mikey. Welcome. Oh, that would require me to get a compartment box for kit building. Don't ask how many of those compartment boxes I have that belong to unfinished kits. Well, I guess one thing is, since I was going to do this kit start to finish, I guess I realized that my workbench would be a fine place to put all the bags, but it's probably a poor choice. And I don't remember seeing a bag with wires in it, so... I'm not entirely convinced the kit included wires for those jumper wires. Alright, so that's one of the BC547s there. And then there's one here. And when installing transistors, you want to have the flat, so the flat side of the transistor goes towards the flat side on the symbol on the board. There's the second BC547. And then there should be 1, 2, 3 here. Thomas Armstrong says, if you don't lose stuff, you don't have as much fun. Well, try telling the Trident cards that I can't add RAM to, because I have yet to find the memory chips. I know I have somewhere. So as soon as I get the more that I ordered from China, then of course they'll show up. And I will find the tube that has the $256K times 4-bit memory chips in it for Trident and other ISA cards. Actually, I should probably track my order and make sure it actually shipped. Alright, I will at least give UT Source this. Everything I ordered was in stock. Because the last order I'd placed with them, there were several line items that weren't in stock, or so they said, and they had to email me and say, oh, well, they're going to cost more. But this time around, everything was in stock. So maybe everything was in stock. Maybe they were just glad to get an order. I don't know. I do know that, yeah, they're currently happily pointing out on their website that the enhanced tariffs are temporarily suspended, so I'm hoping they will ship my order soon so that I get it, like, sooner rather than later. Because then I'll have to get some of the other things for building 8-bit ISA Trident cards. Because I ordered 2 of those Trident chips for building 2 more of those 8-bit Trident cards from that Sergey did. HK, oh, Hong Kong Post has stopped shipping. Oh, well, luckily my UT Source order is coming DHL, which hopefully will mean that it'll make it to the US and through customs in a timely manner, and then the post office will sit on the box for a week before they deliver it. But, you know, the part of it that I would like to happen in an efficient manner is it clearing customs so that I know it has cleared customs. I could care less if the post office wants to sit on the box for a week after that. Because in my area, the post office delivers packages for DHL. Seems like every time I get a DHL package from, well, it's usually PCB way, but like, yeah, it was like 1 week, and then it would go from the Richmond sorting center to out for delivery. That's like they had it for a week. And all I could figure is it's a DHL package, so they're less incentivized to actually slap the priority mail label on it and get it out the door. All right, there we go. There's those transistors. All right, so I guess now we will go to the MPS A06s. Actually, I'm going to take a hydration break. Momentarily, I need to... My gloves are so sticky with flux. I'm not going to try to open my water bottle with my gloves. There we go. Also, I think since I'm partway through building this, I'm going to try one of the peppermints that was included with the kit. I think I'm at least halfway through at this point. It's a peppermint. Just your standard peppermint. Oh, awesome. And I'm looking at the interactive bomb. These transistors will be easy to install because they're all in the same area of the board. So, yeah, they're down these 2 rows. All right. Should be 11 of these. And luckily they're all facing the same way. There we go. There's 1. Two. 3. Hey, Dave, welcome. I am installing transistors. Four. Five. Yeah, I think I've managed to get pretty far. Well, the designer of the retro chip tester reached out to me by email and pointed out that there was an interactive bomb for the board, which has actually helped make things go more smoothly because I can see it where everything is. And you don't need special software, you just open it up in the web page. So, well, actually it's an HTML file you open, so don't know how it works. Everything's in the HTML file. But that helped me find the 1 mega ohm resistor that I left off on Thursday. So, which actually, for anyone that joined late but remembers that I was looking for the spot for the 1 mega ohm resistor on Tuesday. Yeah, it's right there. Right in front of my face. So, let's see here. So once I get these 11 transistors here, and then I've got 14 more transistors that I think go on the... What? Well, they go here and here and here, I believe. Then we'll be to capacitors. Yeah, it's 10:07. Huh, I mean, there's a chance I could get everything soldered tonight. I mean, if I don't get it soldered tonight, it's going to be close. Unfortunately, the transistors, I think, are slowing things down just a little bit because there's 3 legs, and I gotta bend the legs. To fit the footprint. Alright. Let's see here. Set the power board to the side. I don't think there's any... Yep. Resistors are easy to bend because you only have to, like, basically act like you're folding them in half, but the transistors, you gotta bend the legs into a triangle shape. Alright, so I'm going to tack one pin on each, and then I'm going to double check that none of them fell out of place too badly. Alright, and... Yep, I think more or less they're all still where I put them. Alright. Alright. That's... I think I got them all soldered, but I'll have to check them once I trim the leads. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna have to reflow some of these. Yeah, I'm gonna reflow them all. Okay. So I'm gonna reflow these. I'm gonna add flux. The reason I haven't cleaned the board yet is because I wanted to clean the flux once. I don't think I need to add any solder. It's just some of these joints did not work well the first time around. Alright. Now I think all those transistors have a nice solder joint, and I'm not afraid that they're shorted. Alright, so last but not least, on the transistors, we have 14 of these MPS A56s. Alright. Let's see here. I think since there's so many of them, I'm going to do these in 2 passes. There's one. Two. Three. 4. Oh, did I? Oh. And 6. We'll do these 6, and then I'll get the other 8. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm doing that just because I'm not going to gamble that I can keep 14 transistors in place. 6 and 8 is more doable. Actually, that's what I'll do. So I'll tack those. And then I'll put the other 8 in. Because really, it's not the number. It's just I didn't want 14. To try to juggle 14 and keep them in place. So I'll go ahead and insert these 8. Tack one leg on them, check alignment, and then solder the rest of the pins. And then we'll be done with transistors, and I think the next step's probably capacitors at that point. Alright. Seven and 8. Alright, I think that looks pretty good. Let's tack these in. solder joint there is bugging me for some reason. Oh, I think it might just be the shape the lead is in. Alright. Yep, that looks better. Alright. Okay, I got those transistors tacked in. Alright. Looks like we're good to solder them in. Alright. Although, before I solder those... Hold, please, while I replace the the brass cleaning thing. It's to the point where it's just not doing anything now. There we go. Alright, so... I buy the cheap generic sponges, so what I usually do... Because the cheap generic ones are seemingly half the size of the Hacko ones, is I usually put 2 of the brass things in there. Ah, much better. Alright. Might have been some of my problem with my soldering iron. I just wasn't able to effectively clean it. Oh. Got the 2 of those soldered together. Alright. If I get all the pins, I'm not going to say that I'm not going to want to reflow some of them, because I see at least one of them I need to reflow. I'll wait till I trim the legs. Alright. One, two, three, four, five, so that one needs refloated. Alright, I guess that's pretty good. So, there we go. I think that's all the transistors. So, let me double check the... It says LEDs, pin headers... Alright, so it says LEDs are next, not capacitors. Alright. LEDs. Alright, so it looks like for LEDs... Alright, so I think that's the flat edge. Of all the parts I'm likely to put on backwards. I wonder if the instruction manual, like, mentions anything about... Like, if you want to double check that you haven't put the LEDs in backwards... Because the flat edge on them is not really the most obvious. Alright, well, let's pull out the microscope. Yep, there's the flat edge there. think I got... Yep, got that, and... Oh. Alright, well... Sure enough. I got the flat edge. Alright. So, that means for these LEDs, I think it's the flat edge is on the short leg side. Alright. So those 3 LEDs are on this board. Alright, I guess... Let me... bend lead so I can solder. Alright. Well, that's weird. Alright. Let's try that again. That's better. Alright. Alright. LEDs look good. Alright, let me solder the other pins. And I think the other 4 LEDs are on the power board. Alright. Alright, there we go. LEDs. Alright. Oh, let's see here. I think on the power board... Green... 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 And red. All right. So hopefully... Uh-oh, my solder spool's about to run out. But don't worry, I have a brand new one on standby. One's a little crooked. Yep. That one's a little crooked. That one's crooked. And, oh, Yep, of course. My foolproof method to make sure the LEDs did not fall while soldering did not work. There we go. And there's the LEDs. All right. LEDs. Pin headers. All right. Pin headers. All right. Let's see here. Let's see here. I think the pin headers go on the power board. Like so. And let's see here. I believe the display gets some. Yes. Yep. The display has pin headers. The oh. Hold on. Alright, so I'm trying to solder the pin headers on the display. Not flowing that well. Oh, wait, maybe these are flowing. Alright, well, I think I got the pin headers installed there. Not the total prettiest looking, but they're soldered. Guess I will. I'm gonna set this ground. Doesn't quite look the way I think it should. So let me. There we go. Now I think that's soldered. Alright, I'm just going to double check that there's not any shorts. That was my probes touching. Yep, alright, we're fine. It's just the solder wasn't flowing that well, which is why I wanted to check. Alright, so the display is soldered. Alright. This power supply board. Maybe I should do this very carefully. So to make sure that these line up, I am very carefully going to probably not the best way to do it, but so I am going to very carefully tack that pin, this pin, and this pin. Okay. Alright. So I'm trying to not melt the headers together. And then on the underside, I'm going to tack this pin, tacking different pins on top and bottom, just so I don't apply too much heat. Oh. The pin fell out. I didn't actually solder anything. That pin and that pin. Alright, so now what that will do, theoretically, alright, so now should be able to very carefully separate these two, solder the rest of the pins, and then when I put them back together, they should go together like they were meant to go together. And then I need to go get a paper towel to wipe up the isopropyl alcohol I spilled. And you didn't even know that I had put any out for cleaning. Well, I hadn't. And I still managed to spill it. Apparently my little isopropyl alcohol dispenser is not leak-proof if you accidentally knock it over on its side. So the number of streams since Justin knocked the isopropyl alcohol over is 0. All right. So, now these two boards should actually fit together nicely. Oh, look at that. Excellent. All right. I don't need to do the same thing with the header for the display. Yeah. Oh wait, I've got paper towels here. I ordered shop towels and then brought them downstairs and then promptly took the entire box and put them well away from my workbench. So naturally I spilled isopropyl alcohol when I wasn't even using it. All right. Would be nice to have get a chat check. That's still kind of. I think that's pretty good. Alright. Thank you, GeoHam. Alright, it's always good to know the chat hasn't started malfunctioning. Alright, so there we go. That's the display header. Or as some people might refer to it, the display. Although I'm pretty sure Tim Cook would tell me that's not a proper display. Alright, so what? Oh, alright, so I got two more. That's right. So that one and that one. I think that's where those go. Yeah, alright. Do I not? Alright, so let's just tack a pin. Well, let's try this. Trying to solder that connector. A little bit of solder. That's good. All right. Okay. Yep, that one looks good. I think this is the socket for the SD card option. Which I will probably get because I think that lets you dump ROMs and I think program them, although I'll need the programming adapters, but I think if I write the instructions right, you might even be able to define custom tests for things too. Oh, I think it also might use that for the checksums for ROMs, so I'll probably get the SD card option. Or maybe just a matter of I just need to order it from wherever. I don't think it's like a special SD card module. I think it's a generic one of a certain type. So I may just be able to order one. Alright, so there we go. There's all the sockets, and then there are some header pins. Yes. Alright. So those three are going to need header pins. And the other three are over on this far side. So let me see if I can't tape these in long enough for me to solder one pin, and then inevitably they'll be crooked, so I'll fix it. But I just need to get one pin tacked. Alright. Let me see here. Actually, to straighten those up, I am going to put my finger on the other pin, the one I did not tack, and very carefully heat the pin I tacked and gently push. And still have one fall out. All right. Excellent. All right. Actually, let me do it this way. Let me use my needle nose pliers to hold one of the two pins. The pin I'm not going to try to solder. Let me put the soldering iron down. And then let me try to get the pin header in the board again. And then I will use the... Oh, I guess I'll use my finger to hold one of the pins very carefully. And then I will see that I put the solder somewhere where I cannot see it. Fine. All right. And I'll see that this other pin header is crooked. Better. Oh, that one I guess is crooked too. All right. Well, apparently, wherever the solder went, I don't see it. Well, the spool I've been using for a while was, well, low when I started tonight, and I had actually gotten it down to the point where the piece was too short to use it in my solder holder. So there's my brand new spool of solder. There we go. All right. Now that got solder again. Let's see if I can get this header tacked into the board. And I did. All right. Well, whatever reason. Probably because I kept reflowing. I don't like the way those look. All right. All right, there we go. So I think those are 3 jumpers that configure if power goes to the regulator from certain sources. Something like that. All right, these last 3 pins I think configure oh wait, there's another set of pins that goes somewhere. Probably on the power board. All right. Oh. Well, I've got a friend for tonight's stream. Well there, buddy. You don't belong here. I'm gonna have to let you outside, but first... we're gonna look at how pretty you are, maybe. Alright, if my Aunt Edda's watching, you probably shouldn't be watching. Oh, well, it's running away. It doesn't want to be photographed. It's a... it's a spider. There we go. Camera shy spider, yeah. Alright, well, I'm gonna go let our friend outside where he or she can eat insects to its little heart's content. The spider has been returned to where it belongs. Outside. Steven says, weird hind legs. They looked hinged. Could have been. I'm kind of wondering if that was... I don't know what kind of spider that was. Yeah, Dave says, good job. Yeah. Because there's plenty of insects outside for that spider to munch on. That spider can munch on. Free of charge. I won't even charge rent. Not that I could charge rent. All right. Alright, so there's those pins. Well, just one of them. Oh, kind of mangled one while soldering it. Let me see if I can. Well, let me. Alright, let's do this. Let me solder the other pins, and then I'll fix that header, because I pushed one of the pins a little further in than is desirable. Alright. So we'll replace those pins with these. And then if I figure out where the other set of pins goes, which, yes, I guess I could check the interactive bomb. I guess I probably will need to, because I'm not sure where it's supposed to go. Well, by golly, I think I did the same thing to those pins somehow. Okay, that's weird. Alright, let me see if I can heat up this other pin and... Oh. Alright, let's try again. Okay. Oh, maybe I just had it in crooked, because that does not look like I pushed the pins in. Alright. Maybe it was just on crooked. Let me just get some new pins. I'll have to steal some pins from something. Alright, I gotta find some pins. are probably some on my workbench, if I really look. Oh. Are there any in there? No. Alright. Alright, I'm trying to find my header pins. Hold, please. Nope. I know I have some, it's just a matter of finding them. Because of course I'm finding every type but the correct ones. I'm still looking. I don't know what I did with them. square header pins. Alright, still looking. I don't know what I did with them. I had to move some boxes a couple weeks ago so that the plumber could work, and, well, the box that had the header pins in it moved. And I don't see where I moved it to. Alright. Sorry, I was trying to find header pins because I mangled some of the ones that came with the kit, and I can't find my header pins. Or I should rephrase, I can't find the single row 2.54 millimeter spaced square header pins. The ones that work with jumpers. I found just about all the other header pins I have. I found single row turned ones, but you can't put a jumper on them. I found dual row ones that I'm not sure were actually 2.54 millimeter spaced, but even if they are, they're for the Raspberry Pis that they were with, so I don't really want to use those. I'm even looking at that's a PowerBook Blue SCSI kit, so I can't steal its header pins. They're too small. I know somewhere I have some header pins. I just need a few. Usually Actually, I have some floating on my workbench just as random loose header pins. I don't. Alright, now I'm just looking on my workbench to see if I see a couple of header pins. I'm even looking in my loose screw container, and, well, turned header pins in it. No square ones. Great. Oh. Finally, I found them. They got inadvertently pushed out of the way in my toolbox. Alright. Alright. I thought I had blue tack somewhere, but apparently I must have used it all up or gave up on it one. Alright, I guess I don't have blue tack. Alright, I'll just have to use the ceramic tweezers that I've also apparently... Oh, those might be in my tool chest. Oh, there's my SD card reader that I couldn't find the other day. No, I don't see my ceramic tweezers. Alright, I guess I'll just have to try not to mangle the ends again. Alright. Alright. There we go. Got the header pin soldered. You know, looks like I might have bent those somewhat, but... Alright, I don't really feel like pulling them off the board, because they're in. Alright, we'll leave them. Now I just gotta figure out where the other header pin goes. Alright, let me see if I can find the header pins in the interactive bomb. Okay, those are switches. Let's see. Rail jack. Pin header, pin header. Pin header, pin header, pin header. Rail jack, SD card, power connect, yeah, power in, that's not it, power up. Display. Oh, there must have been an extra set of header pins, because I do not. Oh, no, I see where they go now. In a spot that's hard to see. They're not on the interactive BOM as just simply header pins. They're on the BOM as what the header pins do, which is helpful for like knowing where to put them, but it wasn't quite as helpful for trying to figure out, well, which one didn't I insert? Because you have to know what all the jumper names are to find them quickly. Well, and part of the problem is the monitor that I've got it up on is to my side, and it's can be hard to look over all the way to the column where the part number is. No, we're not ready for a test, Thomas. I wish we were. We still have more parts to install. Costco on Easter weekend. Yeah, that sounds like a crazy time. Yeah, I just got the header pins installed. Alright, pin headers, the potentiometer. Alright, I think at this point, because now I'm about to install components that... Well, actually, let me install the capacitors and the polyfuse. Because then... Because then I want to clean the flux off the board before I put some of the other components on. The ones I don't really want to get isopropyl alcohol in. So let me go ahead and get the capacitors. So this is a 220 nanofarad. And it looks like this one goes up on... Oh, okay, it's C2, I think. Alright, Alright. I bet Sam's Club on Easter weekend is also crazy too, so... Probably any club warehouse. Alright. There's that capacitor. Looks very nice there. Alright, so we got the 47 microfarad. These are polarized, so clarity is important. Let's see here. I bet all these are on the power board. Ah, yes. Alright. So the filled-in side is the negative side. The nice thing is not only do they have the stripe indicated, but they do also have a little plus sign on the board. As a confirmation that, yep, you really did pick the correct direction for these electrolytics. Right, just making sure the capacitors are flush. Very good. All right. All right. Those are soldered. Yep. All right. So there's those capacitors. All right. So let's see here. We've got a 470 nanofarad, and I believe this goes on the power board. No, it does not. They're all 104s. All right. There it is. There we go. That one's in. All right. All right. Yes, polarity is important to prevent smoking. Although, that was a non-polarized cap I just installed. So, that one, just tried to put in as straight as I could. Well, it's just a little bit crooked, but it'll be fine. Alright. Well, that's a potentiometer. Alright. I will get the 100. Let me get these last two electrolytics. So 470 microfarad. Electrolytic. Okay, this one is on the power board. There we go. Alright. There's that one, and then there's one more electrolytic here. It is a 100 microfarad. There we go. Because the bag is drenched in isopropyl alcohol, I'm going to go ahead and put the polyfuse in. Actually, no, I'm going to wait. I'll just pull it. It's tall enough that I want to wait. Let me get these first. It's the little 100 nanofarad caps. So, alright. So this power board gets, I think, 1, 2, 3. 4. 4 little 100 nanofarad caps. Ah. Alright. kind of on the home stretch. I don't know that I'm going to get done to test this before the end of the stream. So I might just have to make sure that whatever I pick for Tuesday's stream is something that needs this retro chip tester. Oh, hey, Jack. Welcome. I'm still putting parts on it. So I'm working on the capacitors now. I don't think I'm going to get done before tonight. So I think Tuesday's stream will just have to be something that I know I need to do some retro chip testing to work on it. So that I have the excuse to finish it. Because I'm not going to... It's kind of one of those... I think I have just enough that I can't finish it tonight because I'm starting to get tired. But it's not enough that I can do a whole nother stream to finish it, so yeah, we'll just have to finish it and do a repair. I'm sure no one will object to that. Well, someone might. There's always one. It'll be someone in the comments. Like, no, you should have had a part 3 build stream and then given me the rest of the evening off so I could do my trigonometry homework. Jack says, there's always someone in the comments. Thomas says 15 more minutes. Well, tonight's not one of those nights that I'm going to go on well past midnight because I am starting to get tired. Because what y'all might not realize, I didn't really say much at the beginning of the stream. Well, my upstairs heat pump is now fixed. Hopefully. Unfortunately, it was kind of... The temperature today was not conducive for the system to actually kick on after it was fixed. But the appointment was supposed to be at 8 o'clock. So I got up earlier than normal to make sure that I was fully ready for when the technician showed up. And then, while I was getting ready, in fact, they had to leave a voicemail because I was getting ready and not by the phone. I get a message saying, oh, well, the technician's going to be there late, probably between 8:30 and 9. So now I was like, wish you'd just scheduled it for between 8:30 and 9 so that I wasn't rushing to get ready for him to be there at 8. And then does anyone want to guess when he actually showed up? I'll give you a hint. It wasn't between 8:30 and 9. It was... Sadback guesses 10. Yeah, I think it was 10 minutes till 10 when he actually showed up. It's like, come on. Okay, well, I think that's all the capacitors. So I am going to, alright, I think this is probably a good stopping point. And the reason I'm saying that is this. I need to clean the flux off the bottom of the board. And then it will need to dry because there are a few more components to install, but they're not the ones that I want to risk getting isopropyl alcohol in, or some of them aren't. Oh, I guess I could put the polyfuse in. Alright, let me go ahead and get the polyfuse. Because it's fine. Actually, there's some terminals. Actually, you know, I don't really want to get flux in the terminals. Alright. Alright, so let me go grab the roll of shop towels, which I over. I splurged. I actually bought shop towels. I got tired of normal paper towels not feeling up to the challenge of isopropyl alcohol, so I got a roll of actual shop towels here. Alright, so I'm going to put the shop towels down like so. And let's see, toothbrush. Let's see my spray isopropyl alcohol. I guess I could zoom out a little. Alright. Alright. Basically, I'm just trying to get, especially the tacky flux I used, off the board. But I guess in reality, any of the flux, even the flux that was in the solder I used, just kind of get it off the bottom of the board. Sadmax says, usually if I'm running that late, it's ETA whatever time, but I'll keep you updated if that changes. Yeah, they did not keep me updated when he was running later than 8:30 to 9. Jeremy says, there are 2 grades of shop towels, by the way. Thomas, oh, hi, Jeremy. Thomas says, looks like the toothbrush my dentist gives me. Wouldn't surprise me. Actually, this might be a toothbrush my dentist gave me. I don't know. I use softer toothbrushes than the freebie ones they give out normally, so usually the freebie they give me becomes a board cleaning toothbrush. Because I've bought softer toothbrushes that I may have to clean the other side of the board off too. Jesse says, none of those cheap Walmart towels. Thomas says, I get the blue towels from Costco. Well, I have a Sam's Club membership, although it's quite possible Sam's Club has them too, but I don't remember seeing them when I was in last. But the Costco is considerably further away from me than the Sam's Club. And while I do like Costco, it's far enough away that I really just don't want to drive down that far to go shop there. Even if they do have the chicken bake and smoothies at the food bar. Jack says, I get the shop towels from Menards. Well, now I would actually have to order them from Menards because I believe Menards is a Midwest hardware chain. Because I mean, I've not seen them on the East Coast. However, I do know who and what they are, but I don't remember. Yeah, Jack says they're a Midwest thing. Yeah, I was thinking I know I've not seen them on the East Coast anywhere. Jack says that's absolutely what I use the free toothbrush for. Yeah. Jesse says my dentist got big mad over using the toothbrush for other cleaning. That's why I make sure I don't use the ones they printed their name on stream. Sometimes they get ones that have their name printed on them, and I use those for board cleaning when I'm not on a stream, so that they don't know I'm doing it, if they were to see it. Also, so I'm not necessarily giving my private dental information away, but yeah. But sometimes they give out toothbrushes that their name is printed on the packaging, and well, yeah, how would they know? Because I think you can order these from Amazon. Or no, actually, I think this one came from Food Lion. So even if it is like something they give out, I think I got this at Food Lion. So they wouldn't know that they didn't give it to me, because you can get these at Food Lion. Jack says, I don't tell my dentist. Dave says, I use my electric toothbrush. You know, I have thought about getting an electric toothbrush for board cleaning. But, yeah. Dave says, makes for quick work. Well, it looks like it's... I guess what I can do here... Well, I realize half my towel's wet, but... Alright, well, I think that looks pretty good. So, there still are some parts to put on it. They're just the parts I didn't really want to get isopropyl alcohol on. Or at least flooded. Because you'll notice I didn't clean the... I'm not going to try to clean the flux off the header pin there, because it might get in the screen. But I only used the flux that was in the solder there. So, that flux should be fine to stay. I didn't really want to get potentially flood the potentiometers with isopropyl alcohol or get flux residue in the terminal blocks. And then some of these are the push buttons and the buzzer were another I didn't really want to get isopropyl alcohol in. Thomas says, any eBay regrets coming? Well, possibly. Jeremy's suggesting that I explore Walmart. Walmart is one of those places I only go when I have to, but I will keep it in mind to check out the shop towels in the automotive section. Seriously, I seriously only go to Walmart when I need to, because I don't know. Like, I know you save money there, but there's just things about Walmart that I can't stand, so I only go there when I have to. So I'm not going there for just a roll of shop towels. I'll go to the hardware store for one roll of shop towels. But yeah, I'll check them out. Jeremy says, could be a bit thicker or something like that. To be a bit thicker. Oh, you might be able to compare them as they tend to be a bit thicker. Well, the ones I got from are what? I can't. I'm trying to look at what. Oh, I got the Scott heavy duty shop towels. So, all right. Let's see here. Any eBay regrets incoming? I'm trying to remember what I haven't shown yet. Oh yeah. I did buy a I do have a few eBay regrets that'll be incoming. So don't worry. I haven't like stopped buying potential eBay regrets, but I've slowed them down. But I do have a few incoming, so you need not worry. Partly slowed down because I'm no longer preparing for an exhibit at VCF East, so I don't need lots of weird random things. But yeah, don't worry. There might even be a Trident card in among them. Maybe. I won't say what kind of Trident card. But anyways, yeah, I have a few eBay regrets incoming. And then I also, as I showed in Wheel of Regrets tonight, I've got some cards I bought off Facebook Marketplace I'll have to test at some point. And I do have the oscilloscope upgrade I'll be installing at some point. Yeah, everyone's realizing that, yeah, Trident card, yes. Jack says there's more than one kind of Trident card, maybe. Maybe there are Trident cards you didn't know existed and didn't know you needed. Or didn't know you didn't need. We may find that out at some point. Yes, there may be other kinds of Trident cards, and that's all I'm going to say on that. It's even possibly an international potential regret. Thomas says, Trident from ISA to Visa. Stian says, there are even Trident cards I didn't know I had. Jeremy says, I've seen ISA, PCI, and AGP Trident cards. Jack says, everybody mark the Trident space on your JDMCS bingo card. Sadmek says, ooh, international regrets. And you all have completely overlooked the possibility that there could be other kinds of Trident cards. And that's all I'm going to say on the matter. Although, I know someone's going to cry foul when I get it. But, hey. Oh, no, Jack. Trident sound... well, I mean, I think there might be another Trident sound card, but... no, I already have... Cooperate webcam. I already have a Trident sound card here. Yeah, the 4D Wave DX. So I got a Trident sound card, so... Stian says, Stian says, international regrets suck. The shipping kills me. That was free shipping on this one, I think. Dave says, could be some Easter Sunday regrets on the Sunday stream. Jack's guessing CD-ROM controller? Nope, it's not a CD-ROM controller. Stian says, I can cry foul, F-O-U-L, or I can cry foul, F-O-W-L. Pick one. I would pick the latter, because maybe if you cry that kind of foul, then a chicken dinner might appear. I don't know. Chicken dinner's good. Jeremy says, you gotta build a PC with as many Trident parts as possible. Don't you think I might already have that in the works? Although the problem is, there's not a lot of PC Trident parts that you can put in one PC. But anyways, Thomas Armstrong, yeah, Stian says, foul is a good choice for Easter dinner. Thomas Armstrong says, foul, F-O-U-W-L. Well, I guess that would be, yeah, foul. But anyways, yeah. Don't worry, there are potential regrets. Stian's guessing a Trident Nick. I'll think, you know, I might have to look into that one. Jack says, oh no. Did Jack realize maybe? Oh, probably did Thomas Armstrong's. Or my comment. Stian says to Thomas, I find your vowels excessive. Yeah. Anyways, so don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you know when I go live next. Tuesday, we will wrap up the retro chip tester. Stian says the chat really seems to take off at the end of the streams. Yes, it does. Sadmax says, since you've pretty much said it's not a video card or an audio one, I'm not entirely sure what it is, but I'm going to wait and see. Actually, I don't think I said it wasn't a video card. I think what I said is that you all named all sorts of interfaces and overlooked potential others. That's all I'm going to say on that matter. But it's not a sound card. Yeah, but anyway, so Tuesday I think we'll finish up the retro chip tester build, and I am going to find a project that will need the retro chip tester to repair. And, all right, you all are guessing now, and I am writing your guesses down to search eBay to see if they exist. Anyways, not sure what we'll work on. Maybe probably it's a Trident retro chip. Sadback says, whatever it is, I'm curious but willing to wait. Anyways, so I'll pick something to repair on Tuesday. It might be Apple II related, and we'll go from there. So yeah, it is starting to get late. It's like almost 12:15. And all right, with that, I'm going to wish you all a great rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out in the chat, being cool, putting up with me, the moral support. Not an Apple II GS. I don't have an Apple II GS that needs working. Stan votes 16-bit. I'll have to see what I have that's potentially 16-bit that needs a retro chip tester. But I'll keep it in mind. That might be cool. Anyways, yeah. Hope you all have a great rest of your day. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.